Hello, I am, as you know, Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing another live stream. And what it should say, and it says on the title and on the title card and everything, is it's another Godot stream. So I've been busy with a bunch of things, which technically have not been Godot at the moment. But what I've been doing is going through recordings I've made of vinyl records and editing them down to individual songs for the purpose of measuring it for, the $10 patron thing that I do. Also Forbidden. Also, this is what I listen to in the car most of the time. I keep my ear dialed in to what I think is good, and it was a pretty good morning for catching up. I did a whole bunch yesterday, and then I did some more today. And this morning I caught up on everything in my not during the last year captures, because yet there's like 60 or so records just within the last year that I've also captured, none of which I've edited, none of which I've measured yet. So that's going to be a giant pile of work. But one of the things I might try doing when it's time to run those and measure what they say in Airwindows meter and rate them, because that's what I've done. I have a whole list here. So these are the ones that I've either done for the patrons, or the ones with the red mark on them are ones that I've done for Forbidden, meaning I can't play them directly, but I've showed what they do in meter and I've talked about them a bunch. And I went back and I did a bunch more tracks from AC/DC's Back in Black, which I believe the more recent ones I'd captured I have two different ways of recording them. One of them is the Lavery, and the other one is a simple Motu 16A. It's actually a Firewire converter. It has to run through an adapter to even work. And when it powers up, sometimes I have to restart it before shutting down the computer, or the computer will crash and reboot itself. So arguably too old of a converter, but it still works just fine, so I'm good with that. And then you'll notice that they have stuff written to the sides of them, and that's because I went and measured everything. I wanted to see what performed well on Airwindows meter. So this is 1,123 individual items, all of which I have measured in Airwindows meter. I'm going to have hundreds more to add. But as you can see, you can go all the way down to the bottom here. And I've got like Burial and a Tangerine Dream track and more Burial. The Talking Heads track, The Overload, is basically drone. Stuff like that, or stuff that's very quiet, like Neil Young's There's a World, or Crosby, Stills and Nash's Guinevere. And then we go upwards into this sort of, when meter registers as B, those are usually the bigger hits, honestly. I feel like the A-rated ones are sometimes too intense. And the ones that come in as B sometimes are like bigger radio hits. Like here's Tommy Two-Tone, 8675309. That was an enormous hit. This is also something I'm going to have to do for the new ones that I've done. I've got them marked for hit record acclamations. Like if it was a top 10 hit, it gets the red spot. And although in the other counting of them, if it is not allowed to be played on YouTube, it eventually gets a red spot there. Also, let me double. I'm assuming the chat is fine. People came in and said hello, and then settled into listening to me yammer. It's a good thing about me yammering too, because the thing about that is I've also been working on doing more music again. And I can show you what I mean by that. This is what I mean by that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the reasons I do the live streaming is so that my voice gets to work out for 2 days of the week, hours and hours at, a time, so that when I want to like sing songs or something, maybe I'll be a little better able to do that than if I sat around programming plugins for weeks on end without ever seeing or speaking to anybody, at which point my voice would wind up becoming unused. So this is what I was talking about with songs. I have this many songs that I could use. These are all the ones that I went through. It's one song per page with one exception, which has a double page to it. I went through and assigned them all to tempos, and they're alphabetical, although I've thought of reorganizing them because, of course, you always want to reorganize everything rather than go and do anything. I thought of reorganizing them by which ones I wanted to do first. It's a thought. But yeah, and this covers basically my entire life. Some of these songs I wrote when I was like 16. Some of them were written before 2001 or thereabouts. There's ones I've put out before to accomplish absolutely nothing. There's one. There are some where the way they're drawn, you can't actually read the first words of it because I printed them more recently and the page doesn't print properly. But I assigned them anyway because they were the ones that I did a few years back, largely inspired by the fact that I'd had a romantic entanglement that didn't actually work out for me, but I got some songs out of it. Sometimes that's how that rolls. The ones from around 1992 were also for that reason. Seems like that's sometimes just what happens. Is that the only place songs come from. And there are ones that I can just sing along with. Or one of the things I'm thinking of doing, the whole point of going about this is I have a process that I want to pursue. And I'm interested in doing that and seeing what it gets me, because I've never really quite gone about it that way before. I want to use soft clock and the time reference that it gives me, and then lay down a bass part that is played all the way through. So what I do, every day I spend some time practicing drums and bass, by which I mean not the actual drum kit, but practice pads I've got that are not too loud. And then I play bass. Lately I've been trying a particular one. I could probably even play it for you. Maybe that would be fun. I'll play it for you and then AI will listen to my thing and steal it, right? But I've got my bass amp and everything. So we've got this going on. I can use this bass and just plug it straight into the board, run a DI thing. There's probably tweaks that I can do with it. Notice also that I've done things like this knob. This is a distortion on the bridge pickup. If you play real hard, it'll clip, because the bridge pickup throws really aggressive spikes. It's a Rickenbacker bridge pickup. This is the volume of the neck pickup, which normally does most of the work. And then these are literally tied together. I have a string on so that they move together. And one is the volume of the bridge pickup, which the distortion is on. And the other is the tone control. And the tone control rolls off into another distortion control, which serves as a sort of amplitude thing. So I was working on a track, I'm calling it This Town. I wrote it like 15 or so years ago, where I had politics that were similar to people that I don't get along with anymore. I was writing a song called This Town's Ain't Small Enough for the Both of You. And it has lyrics along the lines of all the parties suck, everything sucks, everybody is tainted and stuff. And little did I know how much more things would get like that. But it had a riff which I was never actually able to play properly. And maybe I still can't. But actually, in order to do it properly, I should have the tempo thing ready to go. It's a statement track. So it's doing about 113, I think. Let me check. I'd better be sure about this, otherwise I won't be able to play it if it doesn't have the right tempo. RST. Take a number, the rules, early. This one. Yeah. 113, statement. So the ticking goes like this. I'll move it even farther out of the way. And now I gotta remember how it went. Don't mind me. Do my best. I was playing this all morning, but it's hard. Stop. That's the thing. As soon as you start to show anybody, you're doomed. And this is why I might have to do some of the recording not on stream. Or maybe even the idea is I won't actually be able to do recording on stream, but I'll do some video game making, and so that's fine. But that was the gist of it anyway. Bits of it. And then the drum part is also tricky because it's a fairly simple beat, but the kick comes in offbeat. The kick comes in to reinforce one of the bass notes. So it's like, so that's an unusual pattern, although it's not all that unusual because people have used things like that before. Max Martin did some stuff like that with even more unusual kick patterns. But yeah, and then the ones that I am getting ready to do says to be edited, but really that means to be measured. These are all the new ones that I've done over the last couple of days. And then there's a giant other pile of albums, as many albums as there are songs here. that also need to be busted down into individual tracks. And this is basically what I have built up. Like down at the bottom here, it says Paul McCartney, Live and Let Die. And that was March 26, 2025 that I last edited that. And then I captured a bunch of more records, and then I moved on from there. So I've got everything else from AC/DC's Back in Black now. I've got the Adrian Belew album, The Lone Rhino, because I didn't have that in any way before. I've got the entire first and second B-52s album, where before I had some of the hits from that. I have the entire Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique album, where I had a couple of the hits before, and it turned out I listened to some of these ones and I was like, actually, that's pretty cool. That's kind of fun. I can listen to this as an individual track, and it's pretty cool. I've got a couple of tracks from Harry Nilsson. I wasn't very impressed with the rest of that album, but I did have it available. And a batch of tracks from Eric Clapton, who is one of the examples, like Van Morrison, of sometimes you love the music by somebody who feels really intensely but doesn't necessarily think that clearly. And a funny thing about Willie and the Hand Drive, that's a slowish tempo, but it is a super forceful tempo. It is a tempo with a lot of edge to it, and it comes through. One of the things I need to do is go and fool with my Innovation Summit, that being probably the best candidate, and get a keyboard sound, like a Hammond style sound off of that has the kind of drive and clarity that the Hammond organ on 461 Ocean Boulevard has, because he's got a keyboard player there, which is amazing, and they have the best sound. And it's all over Willie and the Hand Drive, because that's what's driving it forward. For Forbidden, I have an entire collection of Eagles hits. And the reason I'm calling it, I do in fact normalize at 0dB before, for almost every case. They're the occasional ones where they are obviously meant to be so much quieter. They're usually much quieter on the album. And if it's like that, usually I'll normalize it to like 2 dB down, if it's just clearly meant for everything to be very quiet. So yeah, this is the Eagles' Greatest Hits album, which is one of the biggest selling records ever. So it's essentially remasterings of all of these tracks, some of which, like Desperado, for instance, I set the input level when capturing to pretty much not clip, and I'll typically do it over again if it does actually clip at any point. I've had that happen sometimes, like I tried to do Dire Straits' Love Over Gold, and that record is so dramatically mixed and mastered that nothing I wasn't really able to make it not clip. I was like, okay, set the levels, try to do this thing, and no matter what I did, some kind of peak was going to blow off the top of it. The climax of Telegraph Road, for instance. Funny thing about their sound is it doesn't actually sound like it's that loud. It's basically just extraordinary dynamics, but not usefully. I got a Joe Walsh and a couple of King Crimson tracks. One interesting thing I have observed is that there's somebody out there, and I'm not always a huge fan of his reacts, but there's one of those guys out there who's a relatively small React channel. He was doing entire King Crimson albums, and I was like, how is this possible? I know Robert Fripp blocks the heck out of everything, but it seems like he was very praising of the King Crimson stuff and trying to communicate that. And King Crimson apparently blocks based on whether you're really committed to the music or not. And that's interesting, seeing as I grew up with this music. It makes you I can do that. Here, let's skip away from there. or skip back into there long enough for me to finish my thought. This Eagles album, it's going to be interesting seeing, because one of the things you'll find is there's these mellow songs, right? But the peaks tend to sit in the not bright, not projecting, more kind of mellow, but all the peaks are up in the top 6 dB of the waveform, exactly like Beatles hits are. And that's interesting. So you can apparently do your soft rock Eagles style-y thing and have nothing be too bright and have nothing be too aggressive, but as long as all the peaks are making that little cloud up there in the top 6 dB, you're good. I've got I've got more tracks from Pink Floyd's Obscured by Clouds, and that was quite a lot of fun to do. Obscured by Clouds is like the dress rehearsal for Dark Side of the Moon. Like, I hadn't recorded the gold that's in the, because I was like, oh, that's not that great of a song. It's not as powerful as some of the other songs off of Obscured by Clouds. But what it is a dress rehearsal for Money. The gold that's in the is like a Pink Floyd heavy rock track as a practice for stuff like Money. All the elements are there. Everything about it is like, yep, this is basically outtakes from Money or outtakes from Dark Side. And the whole album is like that because it was in that same vicinity. So I went and I captured a bunch of that stuff. And then I also captured more stuff from Saucer Full of Secrets. I got more stuff from Rush. And just this morning, I did everything that I didn't already have from the Who's Next album. Everything I didn't already have from Van Halen's Fair Warning. And all of these tracks off of the Pretenders' first album. But as far as big hits that did not act, I can look that up very quickly. Bad scoring tune into meter that did Bahama. So what we're looking at here, these are the high scoring tunes. They're like A and up. So they're a particular kind of hit record. And sometimes it's like Foreigner, Double Vision or whatever. These dots are like top 10 or top 25, I think. Or yellow is top 100. Yellow is on the chart somewhere. Maybe top 40, maybe top 100, whatever it was. But it has troubled the charts at some point during its life. And then everything else hasn't even ever troubled the charts, ever. So you got Peter Gabriel, and you got Styx, and then there's a lesser hit of Styx, which is still on the charts, but it wasn't like top 10 or top 25. And Beatles and Creedence and Culture Club and blah, 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 blah. But you were asking about bad scoring. All we got to do, and I'll make this window a bit smaller so it fits on the screen properly. To answer that question, all we have to do is scroll to the bottom. Yep. And you will see that there are still tracks that are even top 10 hits. Here's some beautiful examples. There are 2 Marvin Gaye tracks that were top 10 hits, and they're level D, DC, or DD. Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why. You know that song? The Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why is a beautiful example of the lowest possible ranking thing that you could ask for. Looks like this. This is normalized. And I can play it with content hide, seeing as that's something I can do for, all of these things. So we can play Eagles on the stream as long as you don't properly hear it. And it is a very, 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 very mellow track. So it's got a little bit of clarity going on. Also, I can easily talk over it because it's so quiet. This was Timothy Schmidt's first top 10 hit. He He came and replaced Randy Meisner. Randy is a sad story of the music business. Timothy came to replace him. But this is what it looks like when you have an incredibly low-scoring top 10 hit. You've got a lot of space in here. It's so mellow that it's just all dark and quiet. You've got a little bit of, like you can see in this meter, high frequencies show up as red on this meter. And most of it is just very mellow and soft. Mellow and soft music from -6 to -18 dB. That's where the peaks land here. It's being played very gently too, which is also why it doesn't project in the way that you think. So yeah, top meter, everything can be green. Bottom meter, the whole thing can be reds and blues and not even make it to green. Honestly, reds work fairly well as far as like, okay, warm sound, right? Looks like a warm fire down here, but with blue peaks and everything. But we don't have to stop there. Genesis the Carpet Crawlers was a fairly strong hit, but I'm thinking in terms of these really, really hot ones. Here's an example. Marvin Gaye, Inner City Blues Make Me Wanna Holler, which isn't necessarily a heavily blocked track, but all the same, I can put that on. So this is off of Let's Get It Up. Oh, it's not. What am I talking about? No. That's another album. But you see what this is doing. It's bass driven. Motown bass was really strong. It's even darker than the other one, although part of it is that it's all wore out. But yeah, I'm going to stop and sit here silently until I remember the name of this album. It's his biggest damn album. What's going on? That's the album. So yeah, there's several different songs here which are off of that album. It just happens to be a dark Motown album. I already showed you Eagles. Let's look at all the ones that were top 10 hits. And we'll play them even though it's not necessarily, like, some of it technically I can play. This is Steely Dan, Ricky Don't Lose a Temper. Feel better. You get home. So that was a slightly more strident chorus. But the thing about this one, it's not as dark, but it's quiet. It's got a very laid-back verse. And you can see it a little bit in the top. That's the song. So the top, not even peaks are louder than 6 dB. Then we've got some Peter Gabriel. We've got a Moody Blues, Tuesday Afternoon. Here's another humongous hit. Billy Joel, Just the Way You Are. again, this was a big hit. It's just very, very quiet. And the reason is because the drums are quite loud compared to everything else. And the voice is quite loud compared to everything else. You can kind of hear a little bit. But it's all about that voice. It's all about him singing the song, and the background is almost not there anymore. Similarly to Debbie Boone and her top 10 hit, it's all about singing the song.
I just want that
Another way this is doing its thing, you can see it on the bottom meter here. Those spots in the top 6 dB are all the kick drum. They're coming in as blue. And on the original meter, they're coming in as green. That's a really dark kick drum. I don't know what that noise was. You can fill up the beat of the song with a kick drum that's just incredibly dark. I think I've got some weird, nasty overtones on the recording. This blue stuff is all lead vocal. Same with Debbie Boone and her big hit record. It's about having the vocal carry the entire weight of the lead. Saxophone can do some of that work too. Here we've got a saxophone solo, and it is doing the job of filling up sound with that projection kind of sound. Something ear-catching is happening, and saxophone's a good way of doing that. You can do that with voices, you can do that with guitars, all manner of stuff like that. And there you have it, really. Nothing much is happening, except for there's a beat that fills up the entire space but is never bright. And then around this region, we've got the ear-catching noises. Here you got voice and saxophone at the same time. And there's your store quality right there. And the recording quality of that one, the record has got something to be desired. Something wrong with it. It was making a funny distortion. Okay, level C. This is not quite as quiet, but it's still pretty quiet. Weirdly enough, Jumpin' Jack Flash, at least in this version of it, was doing the same thing. So there's a reason for that. The reason this particular one is not doing super massive hit record thing is because this Rolling Stones track is dark. It's all bass. In fact, it's all one little zone in the zero chord section. It's being bass carried, and it's just a thick, warm sound. You can barely hear the hi-hat. And the drums are loud, but they're not going. I kind of admire that part of the sound. Another way to do this is you have the snare head really slack. So that's how this one works. If everything was brighter, it would be way higher. Also, those guitars are pretty great. And you can hear that the either a shaker or tambourine. Possibly a tambourine. It's kind of mid-rangey, but it's definitely on the bright side. So now we have bright stuff happening, although still it's all in this zone. The slew zone is like everything is optimal, everything is perfect. Loud or quiet, it's all sitting there being very chill. And that's that recipe of a non-high scoring. Here's another Eagles track. Another very laid back track. So they were having clearer sounds. The Rolling Stone sounds were a lot more abrasive. This one's clearer sounds, but they're all very laid back. And the harmonies are on point. Exceptional harmonies. They're all sitting up in this, they're making a cloud up here. But they're all being sung so gently that it doesn't penetrate. Doesn't go into the blue notes. And that's another thing you can do. This is another hit record recipe. See what that does? See how you got just this is like Beatles tracks. When you've got loud voices that are blending perfectly and doing this thing. So you can always hear something happening in the song. Instantly. Like, tune in at any moment. Always had each other. And it's immediately going, oh yeah, this is a nice blend of stuff happening in the song. It's this shape. If these were blue dots, it would be a super high rated track. It's being really mellow. See, I've got it rated as serene. Sweet dog. And the blend sounds beautiful, but it's also mellow that it doesn't produce high frequency stuff. The slew meter tells you the story there. Although you notice we do still see the occasional little dots from percussion, hi-hats, things like that. There's just enough happening to make it not be utterly and completely boring. All right, see you later, Grins. That's probably... I can keep this up, I think, for a little, then I'm going to move on to the Godot, because I said I was going to do Godot. Here's another example of sustained stuff going on. So U2. So when he sings, it's hit record measurements, but the overall balance, there is a sort of scope to it where the loud parts are loud, the quiet parts are more mellow, and that's why this one, it's just not as busy making bright sounds as other ones. And there's a certain amount of ease to it. It's fairly chill. It's not blasting at all times. And the lows are very much present there. This is a huge hit record. U2 were huge at this time. This is the recipe of how they made their sound. Notice the blue dots there are telltale. Then we've got a very dark Steely Dan song. It's got about the best groove ever, but there's so much space in it. The peaks on this one are always multiple things joining together. So it's not just a drum, it's not just a bass, it's not just a guitar or a voice. The combinations of these sounds are what make the hot peaks. And the overall groove, like here, very dark, not very bright. And then here we have the lead guitar coming in. And it's a mellow sound. Not all that much clipping to this guy. Famous song, famous solo. It's a very tough solo. So you see the recipe of this one. It's got a scattering of all kinds of things. In particular, look at what it was doing here. We've got so much space in this track, but there's always these rather hot peaks showing up here. And if you look at the slew meter, we've got neat little details showing up across the end. Nothing's going into the crossing over and becoming the red spikes, but we've got obvious red dots constantly. Constantly, there's something happening here. In this meter, in this meter, in this meter. It's just clearly showing what's going on. And that's kind of neat. And then also in the C category, got Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall. This is mostly about being incredibly quiet. And then Neil Young, Heart of Gold, being incredibly dark. Bruce Springsteen's I'm on Fire. Now this is 80s. 80s sounds like this. That's way brighter. But this is not. Little girl, is your daddy home? And then this is one where the voice is dominating everything. You can see on the meter at the top, when the voice comes in, it completely blows everything away. Tell me now, baby, is it good? And you got the hit record vocal thing going on. See the blue dots? It's the projection. It's not going too bright most of the time. The bottom one, you can see that it's never going to white dots. But it's about being incredibly quiet. This is not a loud track. Skip ahead. He's soaking wet and afraid. And there's your lead vocals. But most of it is just that quiet. That's why it's not. It's a 80s song, so it should be bright. But the whole thing is just that quiet. And that's why that one rates so incredibly low in terms of meter reading. It's meant to be that way. Here's Three Dog Night. Well, this one is incredibly old, so it sounds as dark as the Rolling Stones does. That's what that one's about. Here's another 80s, but it's by Sting, and this album's even brighter. This is Sting, Fortress Around Your Heart. So it's a very 80s, very bright sounding album. But it's been done in such a way where there's so much percussion that when the band kicks in, the punch on the drums is taking up all the space. So even though it's very 80s, it's basically just 80s because anytime there's any sound that isn't supposed to be mellow, it's just maximally bright. But the volume is not being loudinated at all. Most of this sound is not even peaking up to 6 dB. It's quiet, 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 quiet. The RMS is going to be even less. Back to the chorus. And so it's balanced to not sound overly bright and abrasive. But this is still very 80s. And there you have that as we gradually start getting up to higher ratings for meter. Here's a lovely track. This is Genesis Misunderstanding. Off the original vinyl. So Genesis at this time is another example of incredibly dynamic. The peaks, they're so hot. And although it's got a certain amount of 80s style brightness, this is not late 80s brightness. I'm hoping to show this one to people. I'll probably put it up as one of tracks. This is the kind of thing I like to demonstrate to people. But yeah, the original mix before they remixed everything. So it's got this like soulful 70s thing going on. And that's a very 70s style sound to it. It does not have the 80s brightness going on at full crank. It has the 80s dynamicness, but they're using every bit of it. Like the hottest drum peak is probably 2 dB hotter than all the other hottest drum peaks. It's really completely unlimited. So yeah, this stuff is very interesting, this era of production. That was not a top 10, but it was a top 25. And yeah, also in the not high rating, stuff like The Police, Every Little Thing She Does Is Matter. Yeah, fair. If you feel content with it, that's cool. Interestingly, this is another example. It's not all that bright. But you'll notice it is filling up the entire slew rate. Honestly, I could imagine having this incorporated into console X3 maybe, is bring this stuff back. Not impossible. And again, sometimes it's just that it's not peaking hot all the time that's doing it. This has everything else going on that you would want for a super high score. In fact, I can zoom right up to the highest of high scores and show one of those. Like here is the Beatles. Content high D, absolutely necessary. And it makes it to AC.
Nothing you can do.
And one of the reasons it's doing that, it's just a lot louder than that 80s stuff. And it builds its way up to being even louder at the end. But there is the chorus, makes it right to AF, just like that. And it's on the back of John Lennon projecting his vocal, and also George Harrison pulling off a guitar solo that is just as strong as the lead vocal. You can hear it poking through all the time. There he gets even brighter. And then we have the final part. Oh, this is verse again. But that lead vocal, that is really strong. In fact, it's more than a little bit saturated even.
Love is all you need.
And that is the recipe for what a high-ranking Beatles track is. All the energy is loud. Yeah, hey, John Doe. Doing okay? Stay out of the sun. Don't burn yourself in the sun. And then I can bounce over to demonstrate another Beatles track. We can work it out.
Keep on talking to
This one is so old that it's two different earphones. Hard stuff. Look at where those peaks are sitting.
You can get it.
In fact, I might need to do this kind of thing before, well, not before.
We can work it out.
But this is a recipe for the seeds. Right up to AB. All the voices are this hit record cloud right here. It's all in the top 4 people. It's centered around the top 6 people. So if you go hotter than that, it's kind of exhausting. If you go quieter than that, there is an appealing factor to it. But the way it works is that is the hit record pattern. And when I was playing massive hit Eagles tracks, they were doing exactly the same dot pattern, but it was all in green. They had exactly the same thing going on, where there's always something in the loudest part of the sound, but it's peak energy. But their dots were all green because their sound was all dark. It was mellow. It was being sung more calmly, not belted as much. Beatles, they had been singing to people in Hamburg for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours and learned how to project. And when they sang, all of their voices project quite strongly, especially in the chorus or the bridge here. So that's that stuff is very strong, and the projection is what makes the blue dots, and the blue dots is what carries a lot of the hit recordness. Is not only is there constantly something happening in the loudest part of the sound, but it's ear-catching because you're like, wow, that was, somebody is really belting. Somebody is making a loud, bright noise. I'd better pay attention to this. So this is the, I'd better pay attention to this picture right there. And with the Eagles stuff, it was the same picture, but it was all very mellow. It was not nearly as compelling. And then we have 80s. We have Foreigner, Double Vision. So you got a lot more bright noises here. but it's balanced in such a way. And what this one's doing is using your 80s style engineering to highlight particular kinds of sound. You got bass on the kick. You got really bright hats and things. And again, another really high scoring one. And you can see how much space is in it. And so there's the pattern this one made. We've got much more space in the zero cross meter. Again, in the bottom one, that shows you it fairly clearly. The zero cross meter has lows. When you got into the late 70s and early 80s, lows started entering the picture. So you have this big, full hi-fi quality going on. And that's how this one works out. And you also have the peak energy, like the Genesis song I was talking about, where that becomes a thing that you can do. And here's your 80s right there. It's not actually 90s and 2000s, etc. will have the highs blowing through everything. This form of late 70s, early 80s, you've got stuff using up the entire slew meter but without going beyond. There's a lot of stuff happening up here. It's bright, it's sparkly. The brights are just not turned up so loud because this went to vinyl. And you can't put peaks into vinyl quite that hard, especially on the 70s mastering rigs, where you could burn it out if you had a peak come through that was way, way, way too hot. And there you have it. Oh, one more Super 80s. Peter Gabriel, big time. Okay, yeah, this is clearly Super 80s. So as far as the Zappa, I have all Zappa. And honestly, since there are 3 people here and you're one of them, is what would you like? Because here's the thing. Got to shuffle my windows around a little bit. These are not made into singles yet. Take your pick. Do you have any Zappa there, he says. And that ain't all. Because here's burnt weenie sandwich, Weasel Strip My Flesh. Okay, this is not in order, but literally all the Zappa, pretty much. Camarillo Brillo, that is off of Overnight Sensation. So what I got to do is, also it has one problem. This has not been normalized yet. So what I'll have to do is temporarily do this stuff and deal with any issues that are arising before getting to the... Let me first of all find the track.
Mario was 4-way.
This is Camarillo Brillo. I will have to remember to hang on. That didn't work right. Let me normalize just a section in the middle and maybe it'll behave better. There we go. That looks a little more even.
Carried on without a
There's Camarillo Brillo for you. It is a
I should know.
early 70s / mid 70s.
And an amulet.
And this is what you would expect from early
But
70s
she
and
wasn't
70s.
A doll with a pin. I couldn't come in.
So you see on the zero cross meter, he was doing stuff with bass.
Doorway.
And that's one of the things about this particular record that was important.
Doorway. Have adventure.
Ralph Humphrey drums, I think.
Followed up the steps.
And those early 70s
Fuming
drums.
incense stench. As the next.
It's got a good, strong lead vocal.
Poncho. By the door. We were on Concho.
So there you go.
Useless anymore.
Camarillo Brillo.
Yes. And the night.
And again, this is a little dark
But she
compared to later
wasn't.
ones. It's got a lot of warmth. It's got a lot of bass. He was
It was
bringing in more bass with these.
late, but I couldn't. Actually, that was very busy.
So it's not one of your brighter Zappa albums. Any other requests? Again, here are your options. Damn near every Zappa album. I have captured them all to my computer. I am going to bust them down into individual tracks, and then they're going to go in my car. And I'm going to... Most of this, like, there are things in here where, like the Studio 10, I ended up with a couple of skips on it, unfortunately. Waka Jawaka also has some skips that I don't like. There's other albums where I don't have all, like Overnight Sensation. No, wait, that's the one I just did. Shake Your Booty, I only have one of the records, and bits of it were also skippy, so that's a questionable one. But yeah, name another Zappa track. You did say, do you have any Zappa there? So now I'm contractually obliged to do this. How about something not from, we already saw stuff off of Overnight Sensation. The thing about Zappa is he covers the entire range. You have every possible production technique in this, from the earliest of 60s to the latest of 80s and practically 90s. If you only know Overnight Sensation, that's fine too. I'm assuming that you know more or are interested in hearing snippets of more. That's going to become available to everybody once I go through, take literally all of the songs from all of these records, these complete and entire records, and edit them down into individual songs that can then become available for like the $10 net patrons or theoretically forbidden music, except for I doubt any of this is forbidden. So yeah, or I can just move on to Godot, which is the stream is advertised to be Godot, so we should do some of that. But yeah, anything that is not Overnight Sensation. Does anything strike your curiosity? Shake Your Booty. Okay, let's see what we got here. This appears to be two records. This is the one that's all skippy. So let's see what we've got. I think we might have one of his hits here, Bobby Brown. Let's get going.
Just enough.
As Jones Crusher. Shake Your Booty is a bright 80s album. Some kind of solo. So you could say maybe this leaves some things to be desired mix-wise. All right, let me go find that. Yep, this is it. Okay, so Next thing I have to do is normalize this, because you don't get the full effect unless I have normalized it. Boop. It's actually quite a bit louder than you heard. Also, I could, you can't really see this very well, but if I zoom in and then do a peak find, I can scroll in and see if it's a legitimate peak like this or whether it's a click. And it is not a click. It is a legitimate peak. So here we go. Bobby Brown.
Famous school. Cool. I got it.
So one of the things happening on this album is it's real bright.
I do not.
You can pretty well hear very clearly.
Handsome son of a.
But now that I've normalized it,
Get a good job.
it's being measured properly. So the stuff that is loud comes across. So the vocals are very strong. Although he's leaving a lot of room for dynamic peaks here. And you notice that although it's not clipping the highs the way you might expect, but he's really aggressive with all the highs. All of his stuff is really bright. The entire picture of the bottom one is like cyan.
I wonder.
So super 80s.
Bought me a leisure. But I'm still kind
Oh,
of
it is. It is. It is incredibly dynamic. And that is because the background of this song has lots of spikes
drifted along.
on the drums. The drums have big spikes
About
on
an
them.
hour on the.
There's plenty of other albums that
It's
are
a little gold.
even more aggressive than that.
The American dream.
And he has spikes on the highs.
Me scream and I'll do.
Like here is where you see the spikes on the highs.
I'll lay awake. God, oh God, Mr. Freddy, I'm a sex.
You got de-essing.
I'll be ground
Obvious de-essing.
down. And my name. What?
And then the next song, this
And my name
was
is.
Peaks, but the next song is something else. I don't
Me
know
now.
what. Different song. Oh yeah, this is Rubber Shirt. And I do not want to save the changes because we're not done working with that. Oh no, Rubber Shirt's even more interesting than that. So the deal with that song, Rubber Shirt, is it is a bass track and it is a drums track. They're from two different concerts. He called this concept xenochrony. There were entire albums where he laid all of the guitar solos on from entirely different songs and got away with it. Like he made that work. Let's back over to here. Any other preferences? Anything else you'd like to see how it showed up on Meter? Because I've got all of this available for you before I go and fool around with the Godot as promised. It's only been about an hour of this. I got Jazz from Hell. I got Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, which is even later than this. Or indeed, if you want even later, I got You Are What You Is. For earlier, we've got Uncle Meat. We've got Apostrophe. Absolutely Free. Apostrophe is mid. It's early 70s. If you want dynamic, with the dynamic stuff, Apostrophe is a beautiful example of that. Very, very aggressive. We've got Lumpy Gravy for the utterly early 70s, late 60s. One size fits all for the lush, super rich mid 70s. And of course, Roxy and elsewhere, likewise. Pick one more to investigate, and then I'll move on to my promised Godot hacking thing. But like I've still got you here, and there's almost nobody here, so this is a fine time to check out some of the things that you will end up hearing more of in future as I start putting this stuff out, or putting the comparisons out. Roxy and elsewhere. A track off of that because the whole thing ended up fine. Like I have all of this available. I'm going to enjoy that on my in my car too. You must know things on Roxy and elsewhere because you said, "Oh yes, please." So name a track. I think I have a lot of lag on the stream, so it's normal latency, so that's the thing. So Roxy and Elsewhere, I think, is among the richest of the mid-70s Zappa albums. You can get a little bit more spectacularly hi-fi on One Size Fits All. One Size Fits All is a masterful work of studio trickery. Roxy and Elsewhere comes off as like a real band playing. And it's playing amazing, impossible stuff. But Village of the Sun. So let me see if I can find that. I think it's more deeply into the...
No, get it. Oh, it tastes real good.
Okay, cheapness.
The one. This has to.
And this is Jazz Bebop Tango. Here we go. Alrighty. So under this circumstances, I will select this part and go about that far and normalize it. It'll get quite a bit louder. Here we are, Village of the Sun. So this is an example of some of the most spectacular sounding music I've ever heard. And my point about how the mixing is done. When you have stuff mixed like this, you've got stuff happening constantly, but also space happening constantly. And every single aspect of it, whether that be the peaks or the slew or the zero cross. And zero cross you get with bass being present. There's your softness. So the xylophone is these dots here. We're making stuff happen in the brights. In fact, you can see it through here. That's the Ruth Underwood part. Goes up to here. And it'll show up every time, but it's not filling up very much. Beautiful snare hit in here that you don't get to hear, but it was great. So yeah, that is an example of doing a particular kind of mixing incredibly well. Yeah, well, Ruth does that. She's going to really show you what she can do. Notice how different this is from Shake Your Booty. That's because the highs are connected. The highs are connected to the instruments. Shake Your Booty, on the other hand, the highs are just overwhelming everything. So we're not lacking highs here. And then I guess this is Echidna's Arf of You. So this is a pretty spectacular one. And you see, as the band starts to take off, look what's happening in the peak meter. We've got a lot going on. And either while loud or quiet, they're kind of, the larger blue dots here have the significance. Honestly, maybe what I should do is for console likes 3, what I could do I could do this and have you switch between the slew and zero cross. But yeah, when the Zappa band is cranking away, this is what you see. And at this time, I think the recording was the best Zappa ever got to. And yeah, this is a picture of stuff that's going to sound ravishing and lush. The sound of that era of Zappa, it's really extraordinary. And there are some good reasons for that. Like Zappa famously said, yeah, there's a lot of guys out there make a bunch of money in the music business and put it up their nose. I put mine in my ear. And he did. And this ended up becoming more unpleasant around the 80s when the sound of spending a lot of money on recording equipment was less gratifying. But in the 70s, well, that's when sometimes it could become really spectacular. Now we'll get back to actual Godot stuff. The entire beginning of this stream was all about records, but what the hey? I mean, why not? I do a lot of music-oriented things. I'm not really a video game developer. I'm just fooling around with it. Speaking of fooling around with it, here's where we left off. In the ability to play a game. So the idea of playing the game is that you're going to find this particular guy, but also if you shoot things, you might find that the guy shoots the same thing. That's how you know that's the one that you're trying to reach. Well, you can say industry never got back to taking things seriously again, but at the same time, listen to some Bruno Mars. It is definitely possible for people to do this sort of thing. Okay, I see where you're pointing now. So the things that we are working on here, that is the one that I'm looking for. I keep missing it. So now what we're doing is fooling with this video game rather than my record collection. And the idea here is to get this doing certain things. I've been fooling with this for the last couple of weeks, in part because I can peek on my phone briefly to see that indeed I have not heard back. For more than a week now, I've been trying to arrange the acquisition of a dumpster so I can do some spring cleaning, and I have not been able to do that. So I'm a little distracted and having difficulty working, and I have a lot to do once that finally does get sorted. And at any given moment I might get interrupted either by the phone going off or a literal truck showing up with a dumpster that I have to move my car in order to make space for. So I am, at the moment of leaping up and rushing off to do something. I am Christopher Merendis, yes. I am the one who made those. What you see here is me fooling with this stuff and wanting to make a video game of some sort. And specifically, I would like to make this video game, and I was watching a guy on YouTube, who I actually follow, who was making a video on when games are either interesting or fun. The difference between being interesting and being fun. And I thought that was really interesting as a video, because I'm trying to make this one that I'm working on fun, but I have a tendency to make it interesting, and would like to revisit that in such a way that I can actually make it more fun rather than just only interesting. And we've got a bunch of things going on with all of this along the lines of what I've been doing with it. Most recent change I made was so that when you hit a rock with a zap, it's like asteroids, kinda. In fact, I've got multiple levels of it, and some of the things that I need to do are to fool with the way the game starts. For instance, if we go to level 800, a number of things are different. Here's one. We've got lots of these rocks now. So you might think the point of the game is to shoot all the rocks. And I'd like to have some elements of that. But the idea of going from level to level in the game is to find one of these moving, blinking, beeping balls. If you shoot at one of them, it will direct you in the direction of where you're supposed to go to find the one you're looking for. And in fact, I think I might have just gone past that. Let's go back. You get the binging quality when you get close enough to it. That one says go that way. And there is a glowing thing that is trying to come and hit you. I was doing work on that the other week. And we've got explosions happening when you do actually hit a rock. And then we've got other guys that are shooting things. And your counterpart will try to shoot the rock that you're at, but then there's also this thing coming. The red glow represents a particular thing. And so I can go away from the red glowing guy because it will come right at me and try to smash into me and kill me. Also, if I hit a rock too hard, that will kill me. But something just happened over here, and that's interesting. Like, we've got zaps happening. And I hear my bingy sound. But then it kind of went away again. So one of the things I added is now your counterpart is also shooting at rocks. And I feel like maybe this is the guy. No, it's pointing this direction. So we're playing level 800 here. This is meant to not be very easy. But now you're not the only one firing. Your counterpart also shoots at rocks, and so that causes additional chaos. And then there was one further thing I was thinking of in terms of how to make that work. Let's see. Let's question this guy. Oh, I didn't answer. Okay, so let's go this way. They also maneuver a little bit harder. Okay. So I just succeeded in beating level 800. So there's also times I've gotten really busy with, like, how many of these bots can I make running around at a time? Because the more of them, and the more they move around and do things, that can be interesting, but it doesn't automatically make it fun. If we have a game which is how many of these rocks can I have be present, well, that can also be interesting, but not necessarily fun. Hit escape for the next level. I do need to make it so it doesn't automatically open this panel, because if you open that panel, you don't have maneuverability. And again, the purported goal of this is to find one of these particular guys. The question is that interesting? Another possible goal is blow up all the asteroids. And then the question is that interesting? Well, it can be challenging because the more of those that are flying around, the more you can get your butt blown up real good. So there was a time when you had to reload your fuel, or the number of shots you had, by landing on an asteroid. That was very interesting and not fun, because it got away from the ability to just randomly fly around like crazy shooting everything. And randomly flying around like crazy and shooting everything is fun. also supposed to be kind of dangerous, because if they hit you too hard, you die. And it should become possible to, like, win the level by blowing up all the asteroids. Thing is, that might be insuperably difficult, because you're just making smaller ones when you shoot the big ones. In the literal asteroid game, that's the only purpose. And indeed, it does get more complicated this way, but we're in 3D, so they can kind of fly into the back of your head. And that's bad. But what is also bad is if you get this situation, where not only do we have too much going on, but we also have this thing. It will be turning and pursuing me, and if it runs into me, I automatically die instantly. So you can see if he's in the vicinity by this red light that it sheds. And the scary noises it makes. And shooting rocks makes it angry. So now it's coming right for me. And it turns out it got me. See, it's a very high level. And so now if we go to a very low level is meant to be a lot easier. And so what I've got here currently is not all that much in the way of asteroids. We've got these power-ups, and these, you can kind of see them off in the distance, and if you have damage, you can bring back your damage by flying into these things. Although you have to have damage for it to matter. Like, for instance, here is some damage. And now if I fly into this guy, it's a power-up. And here is optical hell. So one of my concerns there is it's working like if my counterpart is nearby, it requires way too much dexterity to actually fly into it. And that is something of a concern for me. I don't like that part. Yeah, that would have been during the last week. I like the idea. I had an idea for how you could make the counterpart be harder to find. Like these various things, like the glowing baddie, the Guardian, exists in a space larger than the universe space. We're flying through all of this stuff, right? And you can actually build up a head of steam and go real fast. Since I won the level, it doesn't actually kill me to run into anything, so we can go into ultra hyperspace like this. See, that's me. There's nothing really to be gained from going that fast unless you're trying to escape the Guardian. If you do that, the Guardian will end up being incredibly far away, but the size of the universe is still like a fish tank that you're in, and you can see sort of one of everything, or you can see multiple instances of everything. Like this thing there is also that one over there. So the thing I was thinking of, I was considering the idea of having the counterpart also be capable of existing at more distant locations. So there is a concern with that, which is that the counterpart uses bot.cs for navigation. If you shoot it with this app, it will respond in these various ways. Like, this means the counterpart is, in fact, the one that you just hit. I just realized I could do something amusing with this. Let's see what this does. If you manage to hit the counterpart, we're doing acceleration equals target vector. Target vector is the difference between you and it. So that should make it go flying towards you, but I had it normalized. I can have it be beyond normalized. So let's go back to, like, we'll call it level 10, say. This is going to be more manageable than the really high levels. See, we've got various things here. It says go this direction. Honestly, that could be somewhat deceptive. We're trying to go towards one called mold. I bet it's this guy. So, if I shoot it with this app, or multiple zaps, it's actually not making it go towards me. See, I'm supposed to contact it. So that experiment did not actually work. However, back to bot, acceleration plus equals target vector. This might be a little closer to what I'm after. Or we could have it be if once you hit your counterpart, it then chases you like a mad thing. Here it is. So you see, that is supposed to be doing something. If this one null, it should be firing a zap, and it's able to do that. I wonder whether I could maybe just make it jump very aggressively, or maybe simply, okay, so let's see. So acceleration plus equals target vector, that is not actually proving helpful. Acceleration should be what this thing is after. What is acceleration anyway? Vector 3, private vector 3, starts as 0. So here's where this starts doing stuff. Acceleration is target position minus position. So that's where it moves from one place to another. I think what's going on is that target position isn't necessarily getting updated appropriately. And let me demonstrate what some of this does. Acceleration equals target position minus position makes them move from one thing to another. If, however, acceleration plus equals, what ends up happening is these guys will all take on a lot more speed, I think. Or perhaps not. Doesn't seem to be boosting very much. We're all still kind of moving sedately. They're moving in a direction relative to their texture. And we're all aiming towards presumably this guy. There. Need to fix that. So let's complete the level and then see how everybody else acts. So the idea here was they're all moving around in their various directions. Interesting in that way that is not fun. Yes, Chad. None of these guys are able to build up much of a head of speed. I thought I was doing something to ease that. Clearly I am not. The game is about flying around, zapping rocks, and finding your counterpart, which are these little glowing balls. Let's take this away again, and let's go up to here. Here's where they fire zaps in the direction of the one you're looking for. So the thing that's puzzling me now is I do not have this worked out in such a way that it deals with the universe space appropriately. The universe space wraps, but the targeting for this does not. And while that doesn't make it not run, it means that under some circumstances you could have the counterpart or the rock that the counterpart is aiming at right next to you, and yet it'll be aiming somewhere entirely else. So zap works like this. That's how it wraps. Here's another part of it. So here's another part of it. I remember one thing I did have to fix. Actually, I'll tell you another thing that I have to do, which is I got to take a little bit of a break. I don't know if I feel like making more coffee. I feel like the day turned into just showing people music. But I do have a new folder called Stream Audio. And this includes different things that I can show. So just for laughs, let's see if we can drop a, no, we can't. Okay, no matter. There we go, open. That's not in sequence, but this is a album that I did once. And when I say once, what that means is this album was made on a Apple IIgs when I was a child. And I'm going to go and visit the restroom and come right back. But here is something that you have not ever heard before, because it's been a long time since I've seen this stuff. retro of things. And a couple of little examples of other things. Here's another one. Too much bass. This is Apple IIgs. So yeah, that's what I was doing when I was a kid. This stuff is all albums, many of which you have not heard of, because that's how that rolls. And we can get back to this if I can remember what I was trying to do here. So what was I trying to do here? Well, there were a couple of things I had in mind. What currently is sitting in the cubes section are those glowy things that I made, the power-ups. Runs pretty well, honestly, but here's where we instantiate them. I probably don't need to have as many of these. So here's something we can do to see how many of these things we have made. We've made this many of them. So then the question is, do we need to have this many power-ups in the world? I feel like the answer is maybe we don't need this many. It's all very well and good, they're cool and all, but maybe we don't need this many of these. This is just as many as there are. So this is, again, into the interesting versus fun. These were originally like objects, and they were there to fill space with interesting geometry that tracks based on what the texture was. So like if I stop this and then start it over again, it's maybe a slightly different arrangement this time. And I can also see, when universe counter less than universe limit -3. In theory, that means maybe this will work, maybe this will make it crash. Let's find out. In theory, I just doubled the number of these. And I believe that because this area we've got some of them, and this area we've got a whole mess of them. So we can fly in this direction. And there's lots in that direction. In fact, I need one now because now I need to reap up. So back this way, and there we are, building back up. And if I back into that again, I'm actually perfectly safe because we have so many of these damn power-ups that next thing you know, here I am restored to life and health. I do like the way they look when they layer over each other. But these were set up in such a way that they were spaced out a lot more. They're about 16 times closer to each other than normal. If I have them spaced out this much, arguably I don't need as many as these. Like, arguably, and they are also kind of there to forestall you running into problems with, like, this. Which should maybe be more audible when it's nearby. And it's the thing where if you shoot it at something... Oh, I missed. It starts coming right for you. And its ability to turn around is based on what the level is. It's kind of a lot. It really does pretty well, all things considered. So I'm pretty happy with this guy, the look of this guy. Although I feel I could make him bigger. Maybe it could be the size of these, right? The light that it sheds, that kind of stuff. The fact that it's a sort of ominous thing. It glows, it's bright, it flashes, it looks maybe a little bit dangerous. Meanwhile, here I am trying to get this thing to respond to me. Yep, there it goes. So it fired in this direction. That probably means this is the guy I'm looking for. I do not have it moving towards me, but I was able to find it. So there's where I was at. With block size being world size divided by 4 means there's lots more of them. They are in a fixed arrangement, but the idea is you're supposed to be sort of appearing in the middle of them. Let's see what happens when we chop it down quite a bit. What universe limit is doing is we're sort of counting through all of these. They're based on, the positioning is based on the texture that you are having and also trying to seek. It's a special case, it's a special texture. So that's being read as data, and the data is positioning where these are in space. Thing is, it's not actually acting any different than if they were just random. It's not really acting any different. And so having that many of them, now I want to find out how far it will go before it breaks. So you said lots of them, huh? This is going to be lots of them, or it will crash. It did not crash. So here we are in one direction. These are kind of, there's this many of them. But in this direction, there's a lot more. So indeed we were able to make a lot. They're also all closer together. So what's basically happening here is we do indeed have a lot of these, and bumping into them doesn't hurt anything, so we can bounce off of them all day long. And they're all of our power-ups. But there's a lot. And the original concept was, since you can see them a long way off, you'd have a universe that was bigger than just the fishbowl that you were in, and this defines it. These are as many of them as I made, and we've got them all moving and updating, but we don't need this many power-ups. That's like thousands of power-ups. So what I do there, see, I did get it to work, but the kind of concept of the game is twofold. One, have a lot of bots. Having a lot of bots means it's very busy and a lot's going on. Having a lot of asteroids means there are a lot of things to crash into and you can get smashed in the head by a giant rock very easily. So, if we dial universe limit back, lots, what's going to happen is it will do the same thing, but it will do it in a more limited fashion. And they're all still very close to each other. But in this case, they're kind of all in this direction. And maybe I need to make more to have them be surrounding me, because it does look a little bit like they are all in one plane. Again, interesting versus fun. If the color that you are, in this case it's called purpholstery, is such a limited texture that they are all in only one direction, that's interesting, but it means you're not going to run into any of them. In fact, I can dial it back even more than that. Universe limit 128. We're going to see how many of the power-ups there are. That's not very many, and they are all over here. So my question becomes, do I have a situation where you set this up, you have your power-ups, but they are in every direction? Because I don't have to generate it the way that I'm generating it. I could generate it just placing them in random locations. What's happening, however, is they're being placed in unrandom locations. So, oh, and I see one of the reasons that it's happening. It's using world size times 0.5, but my block size is a different factor. Let's go back to my original situation and see whether this has it working in such a way that there are power-ups in every direction. There's not nearly as many of them now, and honestly I can't even see one. But do you need to see any power-ups? Or do you just spot them off in the distance somewhere, maybe? It's easy enough to see the rocks that you're around. So if you can't see any power-ups, but they're all in one direction, you run the risk of, like in a particular level, flying in a direction and then never seeing a power-up in the entire whole level. That does make things more difficult, but maybe not in a fun way. Another thing I could do is make them be much bigger. Or we can bring them in closer. Block size equals world size times 2. Times a very large number means that they are all far, far away. No, see, could conceivably be a problem if you're supposed to be able to find these guys. So if we're doing block size is world size times 1, here's our positioning currently. Our positioning within sections is so, So let's see what happens if we don't even have that. And instead we're using world size for all of these and going from there. It does run the problem of if you go far away, maybe that is a concern. So my positioning is, and smaller size is the offset within the area, and then plus world size times 0.5 minus world size times 8. Is my basic offset. One thing I could try doing is offsetting like this. Wait, wrong thing. I was thinking 2.5 and 5. I did that wrong. And not minus times 8. Now let's see what we've got now that we've removed this block size business. Yeah, it's smaller than world size. It's times 0.007. This has not placed any of these, and I think I have a clue as to why. Firstly, we can bump this up again. Then there can be lots of them. So the whole way this works is mega position X, Y, and Z is universe counter. That is a number times smaller size, which is the only place that appears to happen. And it's like a small integer. It's going up to like 128 or something. So arguably, since we already know that that is we can maybe experiment with not adding these, and we're basically just trying to make those things appear again rather than be unfindable and lost. And we could maybe go back to the 8. Ooh, or not. Okay, the offsets of this are definitely tricky. Let's see what we got. Okay, I see some of my dudes kind of in every direction, but is it really in every direction, or is it not in this direction? I'm going to say they're not in this direction, they're in every other direction. So that's a concern. The way I'm doing it is kind of roguelike style in that you have one life, and if you die, the game is over. That's why there is a damage thing, where if you hit the rocks, it doesn't necessarily insta-kill you. I have another game along these lines that I have not made yet that might be more along the lines of you get to run into the rocks and smash into them with your head and break them that way. So universe counter times smaller size minus world size, which is a straight offset. Let's make lots of these and see where they end up. They are in 3D space. So I see things in this direction, but I do not see things in this direction. Or do I? Is that a thing, or is that just... No, that's just background texture. That's all that is. Mentioning smaller size, it is a bit undescriptive, but that's for a good reason. It's not really doing anything helpful. But it could. Let's see what happens if we do this. That is, after all, our offset. So universe, universe counter, and +1 and +2 are all integers. Smaller size is how we scale that, and it is actually a rather large amount. Then we're subtracting smaller size times, in theory, the middle of what universe, universe counter gets to be. It is a byte. Therefore, maybe what we're talking about is, not quite sure what the integer of a byte gets to go up to. 256? We'll find out, because they're going to be a little more densely packed. Or not. That's not densely packed at all. Not only that, there aren't any in this direction, so that's a problem. The goal here is to get it so that they are scattered throughout. What happens if we do 16? Again, this is relative to world size. It's scaled back. But if it was fully world size, then their positionings are like, let's make them more densely packed. I'm trying to appear in the middle of a cloud of these guys. I am not succeeding in appearing in the middle of a cloud of these guys, but they're not in this direction, so they're in this direction. And if I fly in this direction, I will continue to see more and more of them. If I fly fast enough, I'll either bounce off of one, see there's more, or I'll run into an asteroid and die. Actually, it takes a while to run into an asteroid and die, I tell you. Nope. I ran into an asteroid and died. So that's lots of those guys, but I am still running into the problem that they are positioned in every direction. Or rather, literally the opposite of that. They are positioned in the opposite of every direction. They're in this direction. They're not in this direction. I'm trying to make it so that they are in every direction. So, well, I can tell one thing about these. We're doing a base positioning and then we are offsetting. So here's your problem. This is making them be not regular. This is making them into the grid. If we do this, they will now all be in a perfect grid. And there they are. fits them in the perfect grid. Honestly, I don't have that big of a problem with that. The idea was that they would never be so lined up that you would see their positionings. Although, yeah, see, there's a sort of line of them. They're all on the same offset. I'm not picking out the grid that easily, though, and that's interesting. So, that's interesting. So this becomes the offset factor. This was me trying to adjust it in some way. And we're not going to try to have the overall constellation sent. This was back from when I was making it be like physical objects to make the world space more interesting, which was not fun. It was just interesting. It was like giant rocks or lozenges or something. Yep, this was the idea. The idea was the uniform random jitter. And I had all manner of other things going on. For instance, I can do this. I can do the offset, and I can do the positioning, and I can have the positioning be kind of random. And we're still making lots of them. And now they are offset so far away that we can't even find them. No, wait, we can kind of find them. I see one. Remember, there's cajillions of these, so I should be able to spot them. And yet, here we are. And that's because smaller size. So what's happening here? Here's the amount of jitter. This is all from the original place where I had made them as like objects, like blocks or cubes and stuff. And I was trying to make interestingly shaped objects out of this technique, and it just wasn't coming together for me. We're still looking at some of that now. So there's our offsetting. Well, I do know that I can at least make this grid work. And when I say work, it's obvious what this is doing. So we have made a grid which we are offsetting in smaller ways with this other thing. And it is using byte as a get data. And then the grid that we're spacing it is this following set of x, y, and z. The universe counter divided by 256, or mod 16, all that's doing is making it so that it is a set of offsets going from 0 to 16 in each direction. Times world size. So what that means is, hang on. There's our offset from 0 to 16, so we wind up with a total of plus 16 world size in every instance. So it's really simple. Oh, I'm selecting the wrong place. We subtract that each time. And that should put us in the middle, and it is putting us in the middle of a cluster of these guys in every conceivable direction. So that worked. That worked. They are every direction now. That's what I was looking to do. Now that that has successfully been done, we could have, like, technically we don't even need to don't mind me sorting out these details. Yeah, 8 is half of 16. Yeah, exactly. So there we are, we've got that. We are using universe counter for rotation, and there's nothing so wrong with that. We could have them be less impressive simply by scaling them down a little bit. We could have them be many fewer of them. So one of the things that is of concern to me is that universe counter is starting at 0 and then plus 3 times int random mod math square root level plus 1. So that's weird. What are we doing there? We're jumping up big time is what we're doing there. Three times. Well, I think what this is doing is it's spacing them out differently. So it's a sparse array. Like, watch this. If this runs at all, and it might crash, we'll have lots of these things. And absolutely we have lots of these things in every direction. More than you could count, way more than you can see. It's grinding, it's not able to represent as many of these. And that's because we've made cajillions of these glowy things. That is not what we want. But that is with universe counter being +1 and no other factoring. So why is it doing what it's doing? Because universe counter is being spaced out more based on how high the level is. The idea there is that the game is supposed to gradually adjust pretty much everything about it as you continue to go to new levels. It seems like it's just running as normal, but all these details are gradually shifting and changing and making life harder for you. And this is one of them. Universe counter is not just +1, or indeed I could have it be +3, which would make things work a little bit more normally for this stuff. See, we've got a little bit more frame rate now, but there are still far too many of these guys. And I can fly up, and the next thing you know, we'll have even more of them off in the distance, glowing away. Oh, no, it looks like I have successfully gotten to the top of everything. But then if I go down, we begin to see how many of slots. And I can't actually go to the bottom where you can no longer get them anymore. But it kind of takes a lot to do. And there. I have flown down so far that I'm out of the range of this giant void that we started out in the middle of the power-ups. Ooh. Okay, so what if your energy there ticked? Oh wait. You're at 100%. If you run into something that does you damage, like this. See, it did me damage. So you got to respawn. And you can respawn by flying into one of these. And there we go. It respawned. What if my health level ticked down? Then you're doing all the other things, but you also have to find these bugs. You have to get to them somehow. Well, that's an interesting thought. I think they don't have much in the way of... So what they have inside them is this. They don't have much going on. I'm not sure why they have where player. But they do. They have animation. Oh, they have where player because you collide with them, and presumably that matters. And they have this function called shift me. And what shift me does is when you're flying through the area of space, rather than them just teleporting back, like I can probably show you what happens if you don't have that. Might or might not be cumbersome to set up. See, it does these things. It would be a little cumbersome, honestly, so I'm not going to. But what we do here is every time we fly through the boundaries of the universe, it iterates through every single one of those objects and scooches it over one world size. Because what you're doing is wrapping through sort of a fishbowl that continually repeats. Whereas what they're doing is if you go farther and farther away from them, they'll track that. They're not moving, they're not doing any evolving. Let's go back to over here. So this appears to have worked. This is letting us have them be very spaced. But if we include this, then it's 3 times random mod square root of level plus 1. But that can become considerably more hardcore. So it's 3 times this, right? But if it was not actually square root of level, for that matter, we don't necessarily need to have it be random, but random is making it skip. So that, I'm not sure whether the randomization is what I actually want. It's a question. If instead we are doing this, then universe counter. So this could arguably make things entirely too difficult. But what do we got for starters? Universe limit 4096. That's presumably about as many of these as we can have. We're at level 10. There's lots of them. I can make them be smaller to make it be a little bit more tricky. How about lots smaller? They are, after all, visible at range. Now what do we got? That is most definitely a lot smaller. So they're the bots. And here's my power-ups. So you see where I'm driving at with this. The game is meant to be about go and find these guys. But we have these amusing tweaks going on where stuff can be a little different from that. I could also scale this back a bunch. The positioning in the grid is actually working just fine. The offsets are also working just fine, although they're not all that significant. Rotation, that's fine too. We're making lots of them, but at higher levels, you see. So this is the low level. We're starting at level 10. If instead we're at level 800 again, find the counterpart. But guess what? Square root of 800 meant that, and let's do a little damage first. There. So now I have to go and find one of these guys. Let's pretend that my life is ticking away. I have made them much smaller. And here's the problem. I don't see a blessed one. Also, it's harder to see them if there's an asteroid field obscuring everything. A previous version of this game, what I had was your thrust wore out that percentage, so you could die from just running out of fuel. That did not prove to be fun. It was interesting, but it was not fun. See that guy blinking, so that is not one of my... Oh, do I see dots in the distance? I think not. Forward thrust does actually give you some directional control as well, so it's not perfectly, like, see, go this direction, and then I go this direction, and it very quickly returns to the direction I'm actually pointing. However, I have seen many dots, I've seen many things, but what I have not seen is one of those power-ups, because I'm at level 800. If I was at level 80, there'll be a few more. The spacing is not really any different. So again, let's bounce off of a rock. And now we look around to see what is vaguely visible in the distance. That's my goal. One of these. So I gotta fly into that, and then I respawn. here's the thing. Managing these, that's all very well and good. That's fun. You could even get points from shooting those. That would be one way of managing things. But then you really rescale from finding one of the glowing dudes. Here's another. So again, you'd be finding all of these in the course of doing what you're doing. And then again, damage and respawn. So then it becomes a question of how do you make this be engaging and fun in a way that's not annoying? I have already tried having like the percentage erode away with your thrust. Like you hit the gas and you run out of gas. It's logical, but it's not fun. What if instead it ticks down? Let's see what happens when we give that a try. That's the position stuff. Here's process, don't want that. See, because process is frame rate, physics process is the one I'm actually looking for. Here is, oh, I remember one of the things I was going to do. So here's one of the things I was going to do. Ping player. So this plays our little groove, that boom, 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 boom. And it would be neat if I composed more interesting music for this, but that's not happening right now. However, this goes bing, ding, ding, bong. And I can probably even play it. Or perhaps not. Well, in theory, I could play it. I can play it like this. So this is the sound of you are close to the counterpart. Complete with its weird stereo effects and stuff. And you're meant to be able to re-trigger it. So it can start firing off very rapidly. It's meant to be kind of like a sonar thing. I have also thought of having it play different melodies, like if it was playing faster to be a different note, that might be amusing. Or you could set it to a pitch relevant. But here's the thing. I had it on max polyphony. And I believe I've got it on a bus. It's on the reverb bus. If I have it on the master bus, then we can hear it more clearly. And it becomes part of the theme song player. Or we can fool with it and go max polyphony of 2 and see what it does with that. Playback type. Default is probably fine. It is not looping because you don't necessarily just keep it going. Although, can we re-trigger it? Have it be 1 polyphony? And have it continually going? What happens then? Let's find out. Let's find out. We just cut the polyphony back. That was one of the things I wanted to do with that guy. Maybe we can do things with its amplitude or its, well, hang on. Don't mind me thinking about this now. This is my sonar mechanism. I have got it going in such a way that it's respawning. It's going into the reverb, and I'm obviously manipulating the dry level of the reverb. But it's like I'm feeding it into the reverb that is normally for the asteroids and things. And this is fine. That is a fine thing to try to do. Ooh, I just realized I have a cool thing here. I've got a physics tick that is updating once a second already. Sweet. This counts down. That's an amplitude. If it's looping, it'll keep going, but I could manipulate the volume of it. So distance 2, it's going to become larger if it is far away, smaller if it is near. If we skip this stuff because we're no longer going to Splody Bus, we're not updating Splody Bus, and that's probably for the best. So it's going to be ping player we're updating, I think. And it's going to be looping, and we're going to retrigger play, but okay, pitch scale is another possibility for doing amusing things. Volume dB and volume linear is definitely something that's also interesting. And we're only doing this when the nearness is near enough to matter. But that can be overridden quite easily. So volume linear, that's going to be, I believe, 1 as default. Let's find out. Also, I need to make that a float. That's a double. So now volume linear, it's getting overridden every time we are re-triggering that, and that's going faster and faster the closer you get. Mind you, if you are not anywhere close and it's looping, it will still continue to go, but you won't be able to hear it because the volume will be silent. Now let's see. And too much beep, that's a distance, so that's going to go down to 0 if you're right there. And we're only updating it here. So pitch scale, that's going to be 1. It's going to be faster or slower or whatever. And it'll ramp up from 0 being just subterranean bass if the thing is really far away. Let us see how far we have got to this. There's another further thing that I can do with it. And we're at a very high level again. It says go this way. Ah, that's a far away distant thing. How about you? Have you seen the one I'm looking for? It says that way. it's going to do is blow up a bunch of rocks. I have to go past those rocks. We can but try. So that's probably the one. Yep, that's the one. There, see. So now we have a pitch update, so it's doing this. So that was kind of amusing. I'm not sure if I'm down for the pitch changing of it. The volume seems relatively legit. And I'm also not down with the sensitivity being so weak. So this is going to make those pitches start out as higher and the amplitude start out as higher. So I'm moving the opposite direction. No, it says that away. I bet it's you. Stand corrected. It's not. Yeah, you can tell by the pitch that it's wrong. Oh, no, I stand corrected. I was looking around the edge of the universe is all. So the thing that I am now explaining, where counterpart position, distance to position, we have a problem. And the problem is, if you are on one side of the universe and it is on so much the other side of the universe that it is about as far away as it can possibly get, it appears like you're right next to it. And yet all of these measurements and things behave like you're not. I don't know if I can come up with a I wonder what I can do regarding where counterpart position. So basically, and also there was another thing I was kind of interested in looking at. So what we can do is ditch this pitch scale thing for starters. And because we might as well have it be in tune, right? And the rest of this is probably okay. Again, it should set to a lower level. So let's go that way. So there's my indication. We're getting closer when we have this guy. There it is. Boop. We're still having the same problem as before, though we're just not seeing it. Because the deal with that is the way that problem works, our lateral position relative to this needs to be either the actual thing or the nearest available doppelganger of it. There's like 25 doppelgangers of each of these guys. And there's one in particular that's going to be the closest to you at any given moment. So all these things need to function regarding the doppelgangers rather than just the one you're looking at. All of those instances that I make, we have to do some calculating around those instances. Meanwhile, there was a thing I wanted to do with this. And if I get too stuck on the other thing, I won't be able to do this. And I know this is relevant somewhere. Okay. So here's our reload thing. What I'm curious is whether I can make it be a let's see whether we can use literally all of this just in the opposite direction. How about? Why am I updating that twice? Mysterious. Okay, I'm updating that twice. I don't understand what's going on there. Let's not update that twice. Let's update it once. It's in the same code. And then let's grab all of this and go back up to here where we have timing related stuff. Not there, but a little further down. Physics tick. There we go. This is where we update the number of rocks because that can be costly. But we also get to do this. But that's not the thing that we actually care about because target damage is the one that matters. There. In fact, going into the negative. Therefore, we have to put in some code to deal with that. Because this is now about having that be patiently moving along, producing that concern. So if it's larger than 0, we've got some stuff to do. Oops. If it is equal to or less than 0, that means you died. So we have to run that. And we may end up running it every second, but we'll see. Or we can do larger than 0 or game over, use false. So if game over is not happening yet, then we run the thing where we can do this. So let's see. Let's do the you died code. Don't have anything in there yet, but here's where we can die. Collided. Here's our explosions. That's colliding with zaps. Here's colliding with player. So it's game damage minus collided velocity. So if you do the damage of 0 and target damage of 0, and if not game over and game is 0, that's the situation we just got into. So we do this section of code. We'll keep it fairly simple, but now we get to do it in multiple places, except for collided isn't going to exist. So tell you what. Instead, we're going to do something else. Can we just do that? Maybe we can. Let's find out. We're in player, so we can do player camera 3D, presumably. Vertical equals false. Same behaviors, but we don't actually have to refer to collided because we're in player. And all these are for player was passed through and collided. Now let's see if it worked. It may or may not have worked. Level 80. First, let's do a little damage. At level 80, I can still see some of these power-ups, and those are important, so we'll test that. Okay. And then we will do the doom-laden bonking into rocks in order to get damage so that we can count down faster. 36, 20, okay, good enough. So if I fly into that, I can be well again. You have to be able to see it among the asteroids, so that is also, I think, a nice detail. And we're at 9, 8, 7, 6. It's not actually going every second. If I hit that, I can respawn. But we're not going to, because we need to find out whether this is deadly. Deadly. And so much for that. I don't know if we need to be spinning and twirling, though. Oh, and it's still counting. That's no good. That's no good. Let's stop it counting. Like, so far so good. But, maybe I can just reset game damage. Well, no, hang on. I can do this more easily, I think. I think I can do this more easily. But not like that. Nor do I need a floating point for this. There. And while we're at it, let's have it count a little more slowly. Because that wasn't a second ticker anyway. It counts up nicely, but 64, 7. So here we are having to find some of those respawn guys. I wonder how possible that even is, though. I should make them larger. But at higher levels, they are less common. There's one. I see ya. And there's more. I see other ones off in the distance, so that's cool. So if you intend to keep playing, you either have to find the counterpart immediately or continually refuel at these, of which there seem to be a pretty goodly number. But instead of doing that, we're going to find out whether we die from... Oh, and I was going to update a thing. I was going to update this thing. We're not running into anything, so if you die, you just sort of slowly run out of steam. And that can be in the form of just gradually beginning to pivot. And that might be in the form of 1/100th of the amount of twirl that you get from bouncing off of a rock and dying. You're just running out of steam. Rather than being able to pivot and rotate, you just rotate. Let's see. 32. 12. Okay. So now I would need to find one of these things very quickly. But if I cannot, then I am out of luck. 9. 8. 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. Can I get there? Very likely not. Question is it going to show 0 when it runs out? And I starved. I ran out of steam. And it continues to say 0, so that seems good. let's pursue other possible ways of getting refueled. Because this tick business seems good. In fact, we can make that very aggressive. This rock counting thing is lies, purely lies, but not worried about that at the moment. Again, there's always other things to think about. If bot gets hit with his app, collided is not null. You free it. And then if it's this one, the instance that you just fired is, so what are we doing here? Okay, so instance where player moniker is not equal to moniker. What that means is you are not the counterpart. You do these various things, add child, player, that's probably a connection to player. Or is it just a, what is where player? Where player is a reference to player. Seems legit. Maybe we don't want all of these to be carrying that at all times, but all the same, that it does seem to be legit. So I have control over game over. Ooh, I don't think I have damage available here. That's interesting. What's going on with that? Or target damage. Well, Rock can update target damage. And here again, we have come up with a way of not having these things built into every rock. Maybe we should go and admit them not built into every bot too. But, so if player hits rock, you can get damaged. But if Zap hits rock, well, there's another story. Maybe this is and collided player fired. Alrighty. This is the counterpart also firing a zap. That's what that is. We'll let it make many more zaps. We'll make it respond only to player-fired shots. And if you have instigated the counterpart Well, now hang on. Why are we able to do target damage here but not here? Player collided body as player. Oh, game. Okay. Alrighty then. So damage lives in game, not player. Fair. Fair enough. Are we loading game in this too? Seemingly not. Well, here's how you do it if you need to. And we just do that and we don't update damage. And that's not working. Why not? Oh, it's being used in a parent scope. Huh. Well, shucks. Were we doing it at the root level of this? We could. If we do that there, then we don't need to do it here. Or here. Well, let's see if it runs. I just did a bunch of things figuring out what to do. This is 30 frames a second. Logically, what you do is you find a bot to talk to. And it's not actually updating anything that I see. But what if I... No, that made things worse. Okay, so not actually... seeing what I was hoping to see there. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Okay, so when the counterpart fires, we can get something out of there. Honestly, I feel like it would be better if I just got a point for every rocket blew up. That'd be one way to do it. this updating effectively for my shots or the counterpart's shots? That was a close call. So I'm liking some of these factors. If you have to keep shooting rocks, things are going to get overwhelming real quick. Because there end up being too many rocks and they're flying around everywhere. Let's go and fuss with this a little bit more. Granted, this thing kind of worked, but at the same time, I'm saying it also kind of did not. So here's one of the things I did. I wanted to have it so that if collided player fired, or instantiate, so rock Z zap collided not null, and one collided with the rock. If the player collides with the rock, they can get blowed up. This makes it aim at you. This makes it more mad. Collided equals null. Target damage plus plus, so that is something where, and we do need to refer to game there too, so that's fine. How about you automatically you can go maximum of 100%. Okay, so now maybe when you're shooting rocks, you get extra points, and maybe that's the only place we're doing it. So are we? No, we're doing damage there. Game damage, game target damage. We do indeed need to have that be available everywhere. Let's see where we're at. 45 minutes before thawing out food for dinner, that's where we're at. And I am seeing it tick down, but we are not getting extra points from that, so that's not working. Let's try to fix that problem, because that's the problem. What do we got to do? Let's try updating both of the things. Now are you going to behave? Here we go, counting out from nothing. supposed to be able to zoom up to 100 again if we do this. Why is it not doing that? Are we overriding it elsewhere? There's a rock explosions. Is there a dedicated... No, game target damage seems legit, so... So that counts down. That's max 0. Around here somewhere is where we count up. There's our restart. Let's try having it start at 100 as well. Might as well start right off. So those can count. These are supposed to make it go whoop and count up, and it's super duper not doing that thing. That is very annoying to me, because my hope is if you go for one of the asteroids, there should be enough explosions in there that it will bump up the numbers at least a little bit, and that will buy you time, but it will also attract the Guardian. All of this seems to be working about right, and yet something's wrong. So let's lose that. Let's straight up override this. So if rock body scene file path contains Z, meaning we're going to do the explosion and stuff, that is it firing the other thing. Wouldn't mind knowing what that's... Oh, it's potential null reference. That's fine. So we should be able to zoop the game up to 100% again. But then perhaps not. Zoop it down, then... So it kind of worked and kind of didn't. If I do that, I can at least make it recount. The problem is I'm proving unable set it to 100, but I can't make it count up. Why? That worked. Let's see if shooting a single tiny dot will do it. Do it again. Let's see if I can shoot a single tiny rock. it that way, and that part is working. Does not seem to be giving me this. And yet, that should be enough. So what I was hoping was that you could buy a little time that way, but you'd have to really nuke the heck out of a bunch of asteroids, and that gets you in trouble with the Guardian. And then shooting individual ones, it just buys you a little tiny bit of time. We could do it by rock size. That could work. You could be trying to get, like, bigger rock size also makes the Guardian angrier with you. And that could conceivably be a problem. So if we do this, you get a boost based on how big the rock is that you are shooting. Meaning if you're chasing after little tiny rocks, maybe that's not going to be as helpful. It could also be a square root if it turns out that this is too much. We have miscalculated. Look at that go. Yeah, we need to cap that somehow. We do not need this level of health. 500% health. Boy, are we feeling healthy. Okay, so one thing about it, it was working. So square root rock size, hang on. What's your little problem? Oh, we can't convert doubles to ints. Since when is... Oh, I know. That fixes it. Then... there. Then it can be capped. Alrighty. So now our health count's down. We're searching for counterparts. I still need to make these guys seek you out harder, but that's another story. So that's one way to bump your qualities up a little bit. It looks like I need to also have the counterpart not necessarily help you in this way. See? Counterpart is firing. Counterpart is firing like mad, and every time its shots hit something, I get respawned. It's very friendly, but not really what we get to do. So there's a way of working around that. The way of working around that is checking. Now, you only get boosted if you did the damage. And then let's also we have accidentally made it so that the counterpart fires infinite series of shots. So here's how we do not do that. Its shots need not to cause this effect. Although I do wonder whether the Guardian should not be mad at it firing shots. I don't know, though. It seems like the Guardian should be mad at just all of the rocks getting blown up. Anywho, let's see what this does now. percent is counting down. So that's messy. Okay, so in Zaps, I feel like I might have this wrapping around more than it needs to. I think it just maybe only needs to be one. I could be wrong. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's about. I stand corrected. Clearly, this needs to be two because what we've got now is not functioning at all. Instead, we just have shots bouncing everywhere, don't we? Amusing and fun, but not very effective. So, let's put that back. I'm not quite sure what the heck happened there, but something did. It's a fairly complicated mechanism, to be sure. So I remember a couple of more things. One of them was that in restarting, we were maybe going to have this act different. How different? I don't know. I also have mixed feelings about the ability to shoot things in order to get your points back up. Again, kind of fun. I wonder if I can make it just be unrewarding. So if target damage, rather than being square root rock size, what if it's just 2? By shooting rocks is another story. Those should not give me respawns. We shall follow them and see. Or maybe not. I don't think they're going to hit anything. Yeah, they're missing everything. Seek out those glowing things becomes completely irrelevant. That's not great. That is not very helpful. Although we could have it be like you gotta talk to these guys and that gives you a respond. Shots don't get you respawned. So there's a thought. Okay, so that's certainly something. So this rather defeated the purpose. This means just fly around shooting all the rocks. That is not interesting. Or rather, it's interesting, but it's... Is it interesting? Is it fun? What the heck even is it? Doesn't matter. We're not doing it. But... we could try this. Oh, I could have it say you gotta bump the guys in order to get a point. It's better than nothing, but it's very cumbersome. Which maybe is about right. I don't like the way those are lined up. And where were we? Well, I just lost what was in my buffer. So that's unfortunate. Bound to be something useful I can do around here somewhere. Okay, game. So game damage is the thing that we're trying to do. No. Easy to bump into these guys. They're so small. And it doesn't get you much, does it? Alrighty then, never mind. Not what I had in mind. Let's see if we can make any sense of this. So this time, it does you no good whatsoever to be violent. Shooting these things does you no good whatsoever. It's just the fun of the explosions, and that's it. Okay, that bit directly to the target. That's weird. Shots coming from okay, that works. That's still jolly fun exploding this. And far too loud. And I know exactly why it's far too loud. Some of these are in space with me, and some of them are one universe away. Meanwhile, my time is ticking down. And if I'm touching this, does it go instantly to the target? bounces instantly to something. I feel like it was not working. I feel like this is not working. It's neither fun nor functioning. And it needs to be at least one of those two things. If it is not functioning, it should at least be fun. Bits of this are coming into shape. It's just a little hard to see. Definitely a little hard to see where anything is. Maybe my numbers need work. Very low level. Let's do the count up distance again. Let's go that way. Definitely needing to make it charge you a little bit harder. The motion is not working either. I also feel like it needs to have multiple ways of getting counterpart to go for you. Like that part's functioning. Ooh, I'm running out of time. Let's fly for that. There we go. Tell me where to go. Thank you. There we go. Boom. I don't like the way that moves. I'd like to fix that if I can. The way that moves is not pleasing. Here we're clearing things. Here we start player. Ooh, maybe I can stop it from going the direction it goes by doing it here. Must not need that. It's commented out. Here we are, dropping down. Let's see whether we can make that part work anyhow. Oh no, come on. Really? What could I have done wrong? Apparently nothing. It was just complaining because I hadn't finished typing that stuff yet. Let's quickly run it and see whether it does what I think it does. The explosions, yay! And let's beat it for this. There we go. And the thing I was just testing is if you go to the next level, does it give you the next level properly or does it not? So I have to actually find the counterpart. Let's just go that way. Will do. There you go. There you are. Alrighty, now if I hit escape, is it lowered? Yes. That's annoying. I want it not to lower. See, like this. Don't want it to do that. That's annoying. Maybe it only does it when so that did not help anyway. Where's our You Win button? Unknown collided. Boom. Collided one level. Found. Hit escape for next level. Collided dropping down equals false. Does that get me what I'm looking for? So this is after you just died. What about when you didn't? I think I just did when you didn't. There could be a delay thing going on in here as well. Here's where we find out. Okay, it says go this way. Will do. Sonar pin is A. there. Now, does it lower that banner when I hit escape? Because it says to hit escape. Yes. Dang it. Dang it. That's annoying. Why can I not make it? Well, here's another part where it's doing that. So, can we do this? How about that? Can you do that? Does that help? After all, escape and one level, game new level. Well, that actually should be running. That should move immediately over to game new level and not even do anything after it. So, at least if I understand these things. So we go out from there. So we have to hit dropping down first. And let's find out. So let's play the game as the game is intended to be played. Let's just go that way. Are you gear? No. Are you gear? Yes. Okay, hit escape. Does it lower the thing? Yes. Dang it. What is its problem? Why is it doing this? Every time I get a new damn level. Let's see what happens when I crash into the thing and die. Bam. I died. Hit escape. Does it lower the boom when I hit escape after having been killed? No. So why does it insist on doing it this other time? I mean, I could just have it be a different key. That's one way of dealing. They are, yes, but I'm trying to work out how to make it not do this. It's like it snaps to dropping down true. And this is the technique for letting you use. I have to have it do something because otherwise you can't close the game because you can't get the mouse cursor. And this is also where we can add other controls in that area. There can be like a control panel that drops down into sight. It could be a very cool thing if only it worked. So there's dropping down. There's dropping down there as well. Single zap, multiple zaps, something like that. I do not understand why we are subtracting damage here, though. This seemingly makes no sense. Why do we have game damage and target damage subtracting here? What possible purpose could that be? That can't possibly be doing any good. He says, not having tested it. Maybe everything explodes and dies now. I'm almost getting to thaw out my tacos, though there's that. in some direction? I don't understand. There's the one. And it's going to lower the bum. Okay, no, this time it did not. Interesting. That at least fired a shot in a direction. And that would be the guy, because I see its shots. Boom. Now, do we lower the boom? Yes. I could make a timer that just doesn't let it do that when you've just started. Moan, groan. There's our countdown. There's the annoying behavior that it does, where it puts things in 3 lines when it doesn't need to. There's the "You died" screen. There's the counting of rocks in somewhat exaggerated fashion. I could be changing the sizes of all these texts as well. So here's how things get messy. Dropdown has to vary between these things to work. It's like it snaps to its extremist setting. I don't like that. Well, this is what we start with anyhow. Well, what happens if we get to do that a little differently? So where are we even getting this? We're getting this like this. That must be private. We don't get to do that. Erg. Are we doing anything with game here? What the hell is going on there? That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. What's that doing there? And that's not helping, so I don't know why I have it there. It really feels like there should be a way for this to be able to work. Hang on, it's a little bit past 4. I must go and get ready for actually having dinner. So we'll let that do its thing. as I came back. It killed me. I died. And we begin again. When it kills you, it doesn't drop the level. I protest. I'm stuck here trying to solve a problem that shouldn't be a problem. All I have to do is be killed and it's just fine. Okay, it says go that way. Maybe we could have these dissipate. Oh. There we go. Okay, so at this point, it is going to drop the damn thing down. Boom. I don't get it. Letting you quit the game as soon as you begin it. Yay. That makes no damn sense whatsoever. Why do I have that saved up? Shouldn't it have used it? Shouldn't it have used that? Can I check another variable of some kind to not do this nonsense? Hey, sweet Potson. You're quite welcome. Hope you enjoyed the plugins and things more than I'm enjoying this nonsense. Bits of it work fine. So what will have just happened when we start the level? Because the enormous amount of dicking around with the drop-down parameter, none of it does the correct thing. Not a bit of it. Not the tiniest little amount. Also, I feel like I don't need as many of these. Or to do that. So let's not. So game CS new level. So we're doing this over. We're setting various player things. We don't seem to be setting drop down here. What's up with that? Can I search for drop down everywhere it possibly exists? No. Okay, so that's useless. What the actual hell? Let's try that again. Used 30 times. Because I'm only looking for down for no good reason. Why the actual hell would it be doing that? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. That at least makes sense. As does that. That did not work. That also did not work. Or no, wait, that's where we do flip it, so... Maybe this is our whole problem? Why are we only caring about one level? That's running on when not one level. Okay. Now what do we got? We just made a change. Don't know whether it was any use. Oh, I'm some asteroids and frustration. Sonar pings. Okay, tell me where to go. Thank you. Okay, you're gonna be around here somewhere. But where? There. That means it was the one I'm looking for. Yeah. So now we find out what happens when we hit escape. See, it started me over again, and now I don't have control unless I do this. And I believe if I run to the thing I die. Yeah. So that actually worked. But we're looking to, because there need to be a bunch of controls available on that. Oh, look, now it's upset. Can you please get a grip, Mr. Game? There you go. Thank you so much. So game CS. Ooh, okay. Well, here is a thing where I could flush events. I could flush events in new game as well, and then set dropping down to false. Stranger things have happened. We can't but try. So here's new level. We can flush events, and we can have player dropping down. Here we are neutralizing player. And assuming that's the correct way of doing it, it is at least something to try. And I believe you can still enter the thing and die and hit escape to start over without issue. Fired a shot. That means this is the one. Do we have the level dropping down? Yes, we do. I don't know why it's getting stuck on the... I did not hit escape again. Oh, it's making me insane. What if you do the opposite? Tell it to be true. Does that mean okay, that did in fact lower the boom. Start over. Okay, that did in fact lower the boom. It takes a moment to recover too. So now let's find out if it lowered the boom that time. Purple, huh? Purple booms. You. Does that mean it does not lower the boom this time? Nope, I just made it lower the boom all the times. Great, literally the opposite of what I was looking to do. Weird. I don't get it. I don't get it. I do know that that is the opposite of what I need to have. We can fool with some of these things anyways. There's our respawns. We can have there be somewhat fewer respawns. Or not. They'll just scale up. So we do run ready. There's Guardian. I was going to put in a black hole in there as well, where the black hole just obscures everything. And if you run into it, you die. Rock size at that size. So that's our minimum. Base scale. And then we'll rock size larger than 10. And then we do this. Which we initially apparently lie about. And we didn't need that. So apparently that works. Why not tell the truth? Let's have it not lie. That's it, just being picky. So making the one, no, that's the, no. No. Let's go over here and see if we can make the thing tell the truth. What truth do we tell here? We tell the truth having to do with the number of rocks. Where does that get updated? That gets updated every second. So maybe we don't have even the remotely correct coding there, but we can try. Boom. Okay, so now we're not telling lies. And does rock have anything like that in there as well? Probably not. Doesn't look like it. No, it makes explosions and noises. But it does not do anything else. And we are still in a world of hurt around this dumb escape business. And I'm nowhere towards being able to solve. And that makes me sad. But in about 40 minutes I get to have tacos, so I can be sad with tacos. Oh, and apparently we don't need to force cast that. It's pretty sure I don't need to do that. Okay, so we've adjusted the scaling of the rocks to some extent. We have adjusted the scaling of the bots too. There, that can be simplified somewhat. Lots of power-ups, very few bots. A goodly number of asteroids. So let's go that way. Got there. It's gonna... I really want to know why it does that. I like escape for dropping down that because it allows me to have to keep the mouse, and if I have the mouse I can close the game or manipulate controls that aren't there yet and that I hope to have there at some point. So maybe it simply becomes a matter of press a different damn button to start the new game. How about that? Does that fix the problem? Because we are not consuming that escape for the start of the new game. In no way are we consuming the escape. Space was suggested and I'm not using it for anything. Admittedly, just typing that into the interface doesn't change anything, but we can go over to here. I'll be very happy if I do actually manage to fix that, even if it is in a rather crude way. Input map. Oh, spaces breaks. Well, that doesn't do any harm if we respawn using space. That does no damage whatsoever. That is a harmless thing to do. I knew I was using it for something, but I'm kind of warming to that. So what do we got to do? There's our thrusts. There's our zap. Brakes, very good. Brakes and one level. Flush buffered events. Level ++, and new level. Escape only does this other thing now. So let's see. Is it as simple as that? Is it just that simple? Also, I suppose I could make it all much smaller. Missed. Something if I set it up so that basically you have to kill all of the asteroids and find the counterpart. That would be wild. Although arguably bad. There we go. One. Hit space for next level. Lovely, okay. And we can still hit escape for that. So when I said I could make it smaller, I meant something like this. All the way up here, our world size is 800. But the world size could be much smaller than that. See, this is a smaller world size. Everything pretty much works, but or does it? Or does everything work, or does everything not work? Also, where's my power-ups? There's some power-ups. They're all the way over there. Gotta have them power-ups. So that when the world size is much smaller, you don't have to go nearly as far to get to things. So please guide me. There you go. Oh, but I can't see where it went. Ah, now I can. There we go. Not escape pod, space for next level, hell yeah. Now let's test running into rocks and dying. Not escape to start over, he says, clearly lying. Interesting. So why was that different? That seems weird. Why was it able to do that? That escape should only be dropping down. Ooh, because I have a separate place for it. Look at that. If action just breaks and one level, so I've got a separate location where I need to change it. And what is this? Yes. Interesting. So is this all just a you died section? It is. It is. So if not game over, we do all of this stuff. These are the controls. This is probably what got me in the first place. I didn't see that it was doing this thing. And then here is the, in fact, you died, so here we go. And dropping down can be false. Also, just for funsies, let's show you what it looks like when the world size is really tiny. Like really, really tiny. 256. We have many power-ups. And it looks like we have a whole bunch of these, but most of them are imaginary. See, we're not even getting the explosions there because they're actually happening behind us. And that's another thing that needs to get fixed. But here's how this works when the world size is very small. Everything's a little bit more local. All the rocks are smaller and closer together. And you see where the target guy is, and that's the one. His name is Tropical Fish. And it does say hit space for the next level. I just hit escape by instinct because I've done it so many times before. Level 5. And with all of this so localized, looks like somebody else is firing. Who could that be? Oh no. Well, how'd that happen? Did I get hit with a rock in the back of the head, maybe? So this is making me wonder a number of things. One of them is, what if world size wasn't the square root of level after all? What would happen then is we could start at this rather small size, or arguably even smaller. Might be a little weird and awkward, but we'll find out. Oh, and apparently we don't have to do that. See, we got a lot of power-ups. And all the rocks are very nearby. It's all very localized. And our targets are also very localized. That's the one we're looking for. Missed. So again, I'm wondering whether I got hit in the back of the head with a rock. Kind of dumb fun, but it is kind of fun. And then what's going to happen is if I fly through here, we start seeing these other guys appearing in the distance. But it's not that much of a distance, really. And everything is always much closer. Like, it says go that way. And you can pretty well plainly see over there, there's the guy. I even saw him firing a shot. And so one of the things that's happening is the number of asteroids are starting to ramp up kind of a lot. And the number of those power-ups are extremely high. Everything is being scaled by world size. And I'm kind of liking how local everything is. Oh, that's not the thing. That was a phantom. think I just ran out of energy is what happened. So yeah, this is more challenging than I'd really anticipated. Talking about all of the additional power-ups, and yet I'm not using them. Here's level 1. There's a bot. It is presumably the one I want, unless it's the one at 00, which doesn't count. Oh no, here's one. There we go. Boom. So my points have gone down to like 63. But I can soon fix that. I just saw you fire. You're the one. I just saw it shoot. Yeah, see those guys directly behind my head? That's a recipe for trouble. But we can solve the trouble by just blindly shooting literally everything. There we go. And then also flying into one of these. There we go. And I recognize you. What I don't have is the ability to aim for it very well. Also, I'm getting stalked. Let's get out of dodge. Okay, tell me where to go. Thank you. There we go. Got him. Alright, next level. All of the rocks are too damn close. They're doing me damage. Spawning in the back of my head. I don't know what to do about that. Find my way to one of these power-ups. There's so many of them. They're being spaced by world size. World size is very big. Or very small, rather. There we go. It's kind of cool looking. It means the closeness of all of the rock fields is not as great. More power up. Thank you. Find neon curtains. Also, the closer they all are, the more I hear them loudly making a lot of noise. So, go that way, apparently. Will do. Oh, I bet it's that one. It is. Hit space for next level. Still completely surrounded by rocks. That is one thing that's not actually working super well. Starting out that vulnerable. But I mean, at least a lot's happening. That's kind of cool. Feels like... it says go that way. Sweet, there you are. And boom, hit space for next level. It did not let me restore power. That's interesting. It did not power up on getting the next level. I saw a shot fired from somewhere. Sub-aqua. There's one hell of a lot of wacky noise. I'll say that. This is an awful lot of wacky noise. Let's spin power up. Thank you. Gotta love having power-ups there. Aha. Nope. It's just that way. Let's hit this one. Ooh, bumped into me. Oh, that says go that way. Well, unless it happens, I wouldn't mind. thing about this is when you do use the power-up, it goes away. Meanwhile, I see shots firing from somewhere. He just fired back over my head. Kill me. Thank you. Interesting. What the heck was that? See, you are a very dark colored bot, but it says that way. About you? It's really dark, you can't see him against the background. What the hell? So I need to avoid you and power up. Thank you. It's gotta be around here somewhere. It's a challenging one. It says that way. Well, we can but try. Aha. There we go. See, that's the toughest damn one to hit. Cool. Meanwhile, let's clear all these damn rocks out of my head. And go that way, Captain Nemo, you say. I guess that wasn't the one. Speed feet for power up. Meanwhile, Mr. Scary's gonna come after me. But I can't be too worried about that. I gotta find Captain Nemo. What is Captain Nemo? Is it this? Is it you? Yes, it is. Boom. Next level. Oh god, so many rocks. So many stinking rocks. They're everywhere. It really should be giving me more points as I get a new level. It really should. Meanwhile, patchwork, it says. It says go that way. Just in time. I'm hearing the sound of Mr. Scary. Which one is patchwork? Is it you? No. It is you. Got there. Oh god, more rocks. No. Go away. That's gonna need some fixing. It could also be, oh god, 20 points. So that needs fixing. So, several things need fixing. One of them is when you get a new level, it is not refreshing your points. If you're getting new levels, you shouldn't just run out of points or percents and immediately die. That seems unreasonable. Apolojoy, thank you. Do likewise. Do stuff like that. If you can, to the extent that you can, do stuff like that. It's good. Also, here's what happens at that exact same level of stuff, but with level 400. Instant death. So we got some adjusting to do, I think. Can we survive? I do not know if I can survive this, but we can but try. Wow, that was loud. That was loud and intense. We've got hundreds and hundreds of rocks. Horrifying. No, thousands. Did I say hundreds? I mean thousands of rocks. So level 400. That is kind of unworkable. Also, I'm about to die because I cannot find... Yeah, I did die. So yeah, I was about to fix something rather than just play again. Points for immediately playing again and being unable to resist. That's kind of neat. So, world size 128 plus level. That's going to become an extremely large world, but not necessarily right away. The number of bots isn't necessarily going to become too overwhelming. We're counting up to level. Rock size is level adjacent. We could fool with base scale again and have it not be that big. Whatever is happening is making it possible for the extremely large ones to show up. So rock size times base scale plus math min level 100 times 0.05. So all of this is flexible and is interacting and leading to the situations that it has led to. And I'm trying to remember the things that I felt necessary to do. Well, I know one of the things I was going to do. I was going to make Guardian be a little closer, so you immediately have to deal with Guardian. Guardian is from here. Also, universe limit could be level. Or since we're already doing this, 128 plus level. We could do that. And then there's player and there's spot. And where is Curious Guardian? So position normalized times world size times 4. So maybe not so much that. How about instead it's not even far away at first? You can get away from it easily enough, but you're also getting away from the power-ups. Let's see what we got. Starting at level 400. Might be really unmanageable. Actually, that's not as bad. Changing it to the 0.5 helped. This is still not great, but it's not completely unreasonable. Okay, go that way. So this is level 400. This is supposed to be tough. And I'm being hunted already. Nearby. Nearby. It's in danger. We got danger. Ooh, I'm about to die. Do we have any spawns? No spawns. Okay, so that was too hard. Although it was also kind of crunchy. Alrighty, well, instead of level 400, what happens if we go to level 40 and see what it does then? That's messy. I don't know why they all spawn on top of me like that. Also, I'm wondering about whether maybe that guy can bounce things without blowing them up. He's got very high inertia. So I feel like something that Guardian could do is make these rocks fly around more violently. Didn't mean to do that. Chase after you more aggressively. Level 41. There's the other thing I needed to do. We need to make it so that it gives you points when you've successfully cleared a level. It's not doing that, and that's a super big problem. It needs to give you points when you clear the level. So that's restart. But getting a new level isn't giving you the same thing. Where's our new level enactor? It's not here. Shifting of cubes. We just copied that. There we go. Needs to be in here. That should let you respawn without being on the verge of death. Let's find out. Oh boy. Got away from there. This guy is meaning ill. Means me ill. Go that away. This scary thing there. It's like right under. Go here. Right behind me. Things coming right at me, so that's no good. It's gonna be here. Got away. Let's go this way, game of soldiers. Also, my power-ups seem to be gone, and I don't like that. Got a little time to find one, I suppose. The problem is, I don't see any power-ups anywhere. I changed something that made the power-ups not be there. That's no good. Okay, that one says go there. Ooh, I'm done for. Okay, there's power-ups. They could be larger, there could be more of them. So, last few minutes of stream. We'll start with level 1 just for fun. I don't know whether it has to be this small, but I feel like it might be in the direction of being a good thing. So, here we go. Universe limit should not just only be world size. I think I had it so its absolute max was like 4,000. So what we could do is now I'm just trying to think of like what kinds of things could I do with this. So that's not going to, oh, hello. It's more like it. Ah, but that doesn't work, does it? Because this is all doubles. Until I make it not be doubles. Also, we could have put that into... No, that should be an int. What are we talking about? It's because it was adding math square root. Anyways, we got there. So now there should be more of these things. Oh, there's more explosions, that's for sure. Can I get to one of the power-ups in time? Signs point to no, they're all too far away. Dang it. I'm doomed. When you're doomed. So that went horribly wrong. What if instead, or we're already using level for our updates. Let's just make universe limit be big. We can't really have it both ways, can we? Let's make universe limit be big. So it'll make a whole bunch of these for lower levels and then less of them as we go further. Let's see. Arguably too many. So we don't necessarily need that to be 4096, but that at least got us started. Meanwhile, here's our scary guy. I was going to have him updated. The smallness of the world, things are fading in very nearby. So it's definitely kind of disconcerting. Also, I'm going beyond the range of the power-ups. And there are so damn many power-ups. So there's a bunch of adjusting to do. But one of the things I was going to do was have the Guardian smash into rocks but not blow them up. Instead, Guardian will just bounce the rocks around. because Guardian has enormous inertia. Rigid body, mass 1,000 kilograms. No more, 10,000. And that's how it's able to bounce the rocks around. So if it's moving around, then what's going to happen is the environment is going to get very busy. Also, it is 5 and time for me to go and have tacos. But of course, we're fooling with stuff. So I'll fool with stuff just a little bit more. So too much universe limit. We'll cut that in half. It's cool to look at though. You spawn in the middle of all of these and then there's more going on visually. Meanwhile, here's our start. World size could be twice as big as that plus level. That should smooth things out a little bit. We shouldn't have to do this necessarily. And rock is where Guardian smashes into things and blows them up, but we're not having it blow things up. So on body entered in rock. If it is player, that's where you start getting damage. If it is app, that's when we blow up the rocks. On the other hand, if it is... Well, hang on now. Now I'm confused. What have we here? Okay, so there's... Okay. Here's our instances. I think maybe I've already done that. I think maybe it already does not blow up the... Okay, so there's player. There's zap. Yeah. Okay, already done. Here's what it looks like at level 1 again. We can blow up rocks. And that's the one we have to hit. Level 2. Now that red. If we shoot a rock, we can see where the shots were coming from. And that would be our target. Back to full scale again. Where's the shots coming from? It's coming from over there. Or, no, there. That's the one. And the Guardian is much closer now. Oh. Why'd I lose the guy? He was right there. Dodged him. Haha. I better get out of dodge. Okay, where's my shots coming from? Because my counterpart will be firing shots when I do this. Even as the Guardian is going to be continuing to hunt me down. Oh, there's a big rock. Ah, I see shots coming from this area. Dull sparkle, eh? Is it over here? Oh, that one didn't exist. Oh, I died. I must have run out of steam. Fancy that. that, and I see you firing shots. There you go. And shots fired. That is helpful, arguably too helpful. All you gotta do is blow that up, and if you're lucky, you're seeing shots fired from somewhere. Like right there. And you win. So let's see if it works again and again. No, it doesn't work when this guy's coming for me. Go that way. I go this way. I think I was going to make the power-ups larger. So, I better question this guy. Says that away. Aqua is a very dark texture. To move around a lot is good. Hi. Tell me where to go. Okay. Sonar is telling me it's somewhere in the vicinity, but where? So I'm in danger. I gotta question other bots about this dude. Oh, saw us out. It's a very difficult one. It's extremely dark colored. And my time continues ticking away, so that probably shouldn't be happening. But at least we have a very intensely colored you. It's gonna be him. Guardian's not going to be missing me. Got there. Yeah. Well, if I'm running out of steam, can I go to a power-up in this condition? Because I can't be killed by flying into things. I don't know if I just restarted anyway. No matter. has. So one of the things that would be good to do is have it so that the counterpart chases for you much more aggressively as well. It's kind of coming into focus, although there are levels of it which may or may not be working super well. Like, supposing you're able to continue doing this on and on and on and on until you're at the level of the beast, this may or may not actually be remotely functional. It's certainly taking long enough to start up. So we don't have very good frame rate here. It's not very easy, although it is kind of functional. High levels like this. Oh dear. Let's hide behind a rock. So the size of space has expanded at this stage. My power-ups, however, are zilch. That seems like that can't possibly be okay. I'm not going to last very much longer that way. This is making it become impossible. So yeah, at a level like this, I have to find one of those power-ups, and sadly, there are literally no power-ups visible. So that was about it, really. But yeah, we can get back to fooling with that again, maybe on Thursday. For now, this has gone to some degree. We've taken it in some directions. Oh, what? I don't get to hit escape anymore. Oh. Fine. Now I can hit escape. So there you have it, really. Fooling around with Godot, doing things. And my purpose there is to try to continue to nudge this game in the direction of good rather than simply interesting. So there's a bunch of things I need to do in order to get it so that it tries to help you a little bit in your challenges. And the rest is just balancing things out, like the degree to which it intensifies and becomes more complicated seems good. I'm definitely going to have to bring more of those power-ups in there, figure out what is going on that is making it unmanageable that way, because it was getting so that it's not showing any power-ups. And the way that it works, like if you're fleeing the Guardian far away from anywhere, you should probably also be fleeing far away from power-ups. But it all kind of depends. Anyways, I'll get back to that in its time. I'm going to be making more vinyl record captures. I'm editing those down into songs so that I can share them with people and do stuff like stuff with Airwindows meter so that people can understand how Airwindows meter works. But for now, this is time for me to go and have dinner. And I will talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.